Welcome back, YouTube. Let me grab my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, let's see. Couple decent recoveries. AIOZ, IOTA, Ow. Ow looks good. We were talking about it last night. We're talking about Tau coming down to clear that last vector. Did like 13% today. All right, my bad. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about the importance of today's daily candle on the majority of these alts. So stopping volume on ZBCN, stopping volume on H bar, ETH, XLM, CRV, Doge, Say. Almost like they heard our prayers last night and were like, here you go. Stopping volume on Soul. That's good. You're a team bull. That's what you wanted to see today on all these assets. Still got what? 3 hours to go for these to close. Stopping volume. There's just not enough volume to make them actual vectors, but structure-wise, it's what we wanted to see. Well, nothing's a sure thing, Galactic, but it's definitely a lot better than ending this candle with no wick. Red with a continuation candle, you know what I mean? So we're looking for the first signs that investors will see and decide to make a move on. As Misui. Basically anything that's green today is gonna have that candle. Same on ETH. I'm not to not trying to say it's time to throw the house at it, but it does make you feel a lot better about buying those dip buys yesterday, right? But yeah, if we wouldn't have got the same thing on Bitcoin, then I wouldn't have I wouldn't even give it any importance. But at the very least, I think that this sets us up for a couple of days of dead cat bounce if it is going to roll over, right? Meaning a bit of a relief rally, multi-day relief rally. Still had a while to go before we can break local highs. You know, as far as structure goes, you could literally just do this and still get to those numbers, right? So now our job is to figure out the best way to play this for the next 7 days. We're gonna need some candle closes for that though. And then we'll put a plan in place. Yeah, only one of my grid buys on Sol got picked up. That's alright though. Patience is a virtue, like the stream says. We still haven't got above that SR flip, and we still haven't gotten back up to CME close. Right, so this is a cute move and all that, but I'm not gonna start getting too nervous about those orders that got left behind just yet. H, that's what we gotta watch Bitcoin for. Bitcoin and dominance, right? We rolled over a little bit on dominance, but we don't know if this is gonna be for good or if it's just a relief. And Bitcoin hasn't gotten above significant support that makes me feel comfortable that we'd get stuck back in this range. Right, we're literally underneath the SR flip. All we did was get above the 50. So just like we did here, we get up to that SR flip and we reject at that 200 EMA, then there's a chance that we take those lows out and that this was just a relief rally or seller exhaustion. I take mine from futures. It's at 105.05 or something like that from the BTC futures chart. And yeah, CME closes at 5 every week. Yeah, some decent sleep. Yeah, I like to watch it on CME because I like to know when the algos aren't pushing towards CME anymore. And they're based off the futures chart. But they're not usually off by that much anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, Sebastian. Why wouldn't you just watch CME instead of doing math and guessing, though? It's one chart. All you have to do is click on the chart and look at it. It's their chart from Chicago. It's the one that you should follow, in my opinion. Right? That candle close on that chart is literally what creates the CME gap. But yeah, I eyeball it sometimes too. So if we go to, let's check alt. I want to continue dropping ATA. Oh, but that's understandable. ADA got the most to give back. With not that bad. I'll be honest with you. I expected to wake up to see some of these alts a little bit lower. I'm glad that they all caught the relief. Well, I'm not gonna say all, but for the most part. XCN, XMR with and ADA's a little bit lagging. That's about it. Important candle for ADA. Remember what we said, if it broke the 50, look to the right. Make sure it's taken out its vector. If it's taken out its vector, look to the left, make sure it's taken out its vector. If it's taken out its vector, look back to the right. Make sure you've got some sort of a doji or bottoming formation. Then it's up to the individual if you want to start your DCAs or not. I'm still thinking that we go lower. So my DCAs have been light. AIOZ and Tau though have really good days today. In my opinion, those are the top two AI projects. So I don't know if it's a bounce back from how hard AI got hit yesterday, right? Because AI got hit harder yesterday than anything else. AI and memes for the most part. But seeing the two biggest recover, well, all the AIs recovered. None of the AIs are still in this list, right? In the red list. But the ones that recover the hardest are the ones, in my opinion, that have the highest mind share right now. Just AILZ, Tau, and virtuals. It's hard to look at that render chart and feel and like think anything else. I do have faith in render. I think the project will do something. I don't expect that I will be putting a large amount of my portfolio in it though. Don't like about render is that it broke its 50, it cleared its vector, but it did not stop. And what worries me about that is that this last little bit of support that we have here, if this doji doesn't hold, then it's going to come screaming for this vector. And then take a look at render BTC. Render BTC is threatening to put in new lows. Same sort of situation. Breaks the 50. Look to the left. Look for your vectors. Vectors are recovered. Look back to the right. Make sure that that candle holds. But I don't know. Like I said, this is the BTC chart. And I'm buying my alts with BTC, so we'll see. We shall see how it goes. Lido. Lido Dow. Talking about that yesterday. Same thing. I hate to be a broken record here. Broke the 50, look to the left. Vector recovery. Recover the vector, look back to the right. Make sure this candle holds. Tight stops underneath on all of these. You're going to swing at these and they're not DCAs. Right? Not financial advice. What I'm saying is a decent spot to start your DCAs. If you're gonna put it all in, if you're going crazy and you're like, well, I know Dbloc said this, but screw it, I have a feeling, bro. Just please protect yourself underneath these vectors. Same across the board. Broke the 50, back to recovery, back to the right. Focus on that daily candle. The short-term option, honestly, Christy was buying the dips last night. You know, at this point, buying into anything that's already moving, you better be pretty certain that it found bottom. Right? The scary, uncomfortable time to buy was yesterday. There you go. Damn right. Yeah. So, like I said, we just have to focus on these daily candles. If these daily candles end up nice and doji-like, even though they're not stopping volume candles, right? We don't have big volume for market maker coming in. It would imply at least one more green day. We want to go micro and sort of map out these recoveries. You want to draw your trend lines and just make sure that you're holding momentum. You know how this works, right? 5 minute, if you're above the 50, 13 above the 50, you're good. If you're below, pay attention to that trend line underneath you. I finally caught up on all the damn Bitcoin conference speeches. I took one for the team. If anybody else watched all of them, I apologize. That shit was horrible. There was maybe 2 or 3 hours of good speeches. Christy, that depends on Bitcoin and depends on dominance. I'm still of the camp that we need to come down to 100K on Bitcoin. Right? That has to, for me, that thesis has to be disproved, which means we need to start taking out some local highs. Remember the structure that we're in. Right? We got our topping formation, double, triple top, depending on the time frame. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. We need to start taking out some of those lower highs. Right? The trend is your friend until the end.
What's going on, fam?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
How's my mic? I just got a new headset.
You're good. Hold on, let me put you up a little bit on my side. Say something?
Um, how's how's it going?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Cool, cool. I was hoping not to blow anyone's ears.
Nah, you're straight.
Well, you think we're gonna stay in this weekend trap or
I don't know.
keep head?
I'd like to come back above that CME gap to give me a little bit of more hope in that. Not even CME. What's really important is getting above that SR flip. Right? We lost that. We tried to get above it. We couldn't. We're technically inside of the weekend trap, but I will feel a lot more comfortable once we get above that 200 and that SR flip. If not, I feel like it's just going to reject and come back down. Tons of liquidations inside the weekend trap, so we know that's good. And we know market maker loves that.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at.
And
But as well, I was thinking it would probably be better if we just go to 100 rather than coming back up and then
I mean, it'll be
coming
better
back
for
down.
sentiment. Yeah, I think that'll crush a bit of sentiment if we come back. Problem is, I just want you guys to realize, even if we come all the way up and clear this, right, we're still putting in a lower high. Go back. All right, my bad. I'm back. Yeah. So my point is, even if we get this relief rally, we come up and we clear this, we can't get too excited just yet, right? We're still in downtrend. You'd have to start taking out some of these levels. That ETH, yeah, ETH is the same. Came down, cleared its 50. I mean, cleared its 13. Hasn't tested its 50 yet because it's still been really strong. But if you go to the 5-minute, oh, so if you go to the 5-minute, we can run the same sort of strat we ran on the other one, right? It's showing a little bit of weakness compared. Just watch your trend. Lose that trend, you're going to come in through these vectors, coming through this. In my opinion, this vector recovery probably isn't done. Right? Test of the 200 would give you that vector. So one more push up on ETH. Yeah. To be fair, you're going to see this same setup across most alts right now. Just randomly pick an alt. Want. Want's already given back. This is what I'm saying is possible in these alts if they don't hold their ground. E. That. Go to the hourly, go to your alt, and test it against its 50 EMA and look for those vectors. Right? Not a whole hell of a lot of vector recovery here left for BAT versus right, VRA already rejecting off of its 50. Soul. Right, this is the test that we're sort of facing right now, real time. Jasmine. Render. Right? So this mean reversion that we've gotten, or this relief rally that we've gotten from the seller exhaustion, has given us our mean reversion to the 50 EMA on the day on the hourlies. Not to oversimplify it, but if these alts can't get above their 50 on the hourly, they're going to take out their lows, or they're going to attempt to put in higher lows. Right? So we've got two things to watch. Our W patterns from the beginning of these drops already played out. but you want to watch that rejecting off the 50, and you want to see if they hold their prior support. And that'll give you an idea that you're putting in a bigger, higher low fractal. Right? If they take out their lows, then you know what time it is. Right? And that's everything for the most part. Right? Quant got above its 50, but now it's paying for it. Litecoin just at its 50. Ondo just at its 50. Right? These are today's moves. On a daily candle, these are the wicks on our dojis. Right? These V shapes are the wicks on our dojis on the dailies. Beam. Zero, bro. Virtuals. All the same shit. Well, Aussie, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you what you need to watch to make that decision. Right? Everything's taking that test right now. Okay? Now you can judge them by strength, by if they're above their 50, below their 50, rejecting their 50, you know. So Prime is looking a little bit stronger, right, than Virtuals is, because Virtuals already giving back the 50, versus IOTX, which is above its 50 and continuing to push because there's vectors to the right, to the left. Right? The difference between the ones that reject off their 50 and the ones that pop them, for the most part, are going to be vector recoveries to the left side of the chart. AIOZ, same thing. Popped its 50, cleared its vectors. Like, it literally doesn't matter what I click on. Beam, right? Showing more weakness, hasn't tested its 50 yet. Because they leave imbalances in the chart, Noman. Right? The market maker leaves imbalances in the chart when he provides liquidity, and he also leaves standing order within those imbalances. So recovering those imbalances makes the market maker whole on the liquidity that he provided for the push. Right? The liquidity that market maker provided so that people can go short here, he made back when that vector got recovered. And then if we go to Bitcoin, right, since we know that everything runs off of Bitcoin for the most part, and we take everything off of the chart, right, you see how Bitcoin's sitting at the same. This is why all the charts look similar. Right? The ones that are outperforming Bitcoin have already gotten above their 50. The ones that are underperforming Bitcoin have already rejected. I'm not trying to it might sound like I'm trying to oversimplify. I'm not. I'm just trying to get you used to the idea of how all of these charts rhyme, and for the most part, how they're all fighting the same battle at the same time. Right? And being aware of that, you can judge the strong from the weak. All right, I'll check it out there. I'll be right back, yo. Yeah, it doesn't matter the time frame. The 13 and the 50 is for me how you want to track momentum. The difference in time frame is that if you use it on a higher time frame, that one candle of confirmation that we wait for after the 15 and the 30 and the after the 13 and the 50 cross, we wait for one candle of confirmation on an hourly. That's going to take you an hour, obviously, right? So you're going to be waiting for 1 hour for that candle to confirm. On a 5 minute, you've only got to wait 5 minutes. So what I like to do is catch the momentum shift from smaller time frames and then ride that momentum shift up through higher time frames. Right? As soon as we pass the 50 on the 5 minute and we confirm, I'm switching to the 15-minute chart. And I'm waiting for that fight to happen again on the 50 on the 15 minute. And then once we cross that, I'm switching to the 30 minute, right? And I'm following it up through the time frames. Give me a second, y'all. I gotta grab this call.
Gotcha.
Aquí está el centro y ya.
Big buys coming in. Big buys.
All right, I'm back. Still waiting for that big test of this SR here. Yeah, we gotta let them sneak in a red week there. Like that's just greedy.
What's up, Dbloc?
What up?
Um, we're still sitting up here, huh? I took like a
Yeah,
4 hour
just
nap, and I was expecting this to be down already.
we slowly grinded up and cleared those vectors up to 104.6.
Yeah,
And
I
now we're
was
trying
waiting
to
for
get
that. No,
above that
I was holding
resistance.
along actually from the bottom, and I sold it up there because I was expecting it to come back down. Truthfully,
We'll see. This is the test here, right? This is the retest, the support that we broke, and that 200. So if it is going to reject, it'll be here. And then this will just be a retest of that support
on the bottom.
before a continuation.
So I have a quick question since we're talking about it. Did that retest 3 times? This is the third time that's retesting that because it did a double top earlier, right? Or is that not considered a double top?
Here,
Because it's just
yeah, I mean, it's the first break, right? So when a pattern breaks, that first retest is your confirmation of the pattern breaking, right? Once that retest, then you get the full measured move. So we had the M pattern, it broke, we retested, got the measured move for it. This test that I'm talking about now is just to prove that you can get back above, right? If you can get back above and hold, then you can start maybe considering climbing out. But if we can't get above that hold support, then we're just going to clear these liquidations.
continue to bleed out. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I
We
just wanted
didn't
to go for the
finish that
mandate
whole
already.
vector. We cleared a good amount of that vector. That vector was about this high yesterday. We've cleared it all the way down to about there. And what this dead cat bounce did, or I can't even call it a dead cat bounce yet, but what this relief rally did, or this seller exhaustion, is it gave us a lot more liquidations to the downside now, right? None of these were here. We had already taken all of that out. So what
Okay,
happens
good.
when we do that to the top side? Right, when we pump and we clear all those liquidations and there's nothing left but the 25x's, right? Price usually goes down, shorters jump in, price finds support, and then takes out the degens, right? Takes out the shorters. We're used to seeing it on the way up a lot. Most people just don't see it as easily.
So the blue color, what's the difference between the blues the longs, I'm assuming?
The blues are 25x's. The purples
Okay.
are 50x's. The red are 100x's.
Oh, that's what we call them degen. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Okay.
So wait, Dbloc, that where it says the trap shorts, those are all 100 X's, those lines?
These
Yeah,
reds,
bro.
yeah.
I'm one of them for sure, but damn, that's crazy.
Why are you in 100x right now? You crazy, crazy man. Why would you do that? Dude, I just learned that you can actually use 1x, and I'm so happy because I actually feel like I'm using spot trading again.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I put in like half my capital, made like $50 on each, and called it. I really thought it was gonna
The
go
guys in
quicker
the
than that,
biggest
but
danger right now are these guys.
the guys on the bottom. Oh,
No, these guys here. You don't ever want your liquidations to be inside of the weekend trap. Because the algos, it's not even at that point, it's not even like, oh, somebody might want to come wreck you. At that point, the algos are set against you. During the
is that the
weekend,
week?
when we're underneath the CME gap, the algos are set to move price slowly back towards CME, right? Back into these ranges, and to keep them inside of the weekend trap. So, like, you really want to take a trade where the bots are set against you?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like,
That to the left of your green box, that was last weekend. That right there, yeah.
this,
Was that
nah, this
last
was
weekend?
this weekend. This is the 15-minute chart. This
Oh,
was
15.
Friday,
Okay.
or Thursday, Friday, yeah.
All right, I'm definitely waiting on that. Yeah, I'm gonna be on the sideline for that one.
I know what you mean, no, man. I feel the same way. I'm like, God, why would they just set, like, if we see price coming to them, they see price coming to them, the exchange sees price coming, like, why are you not moving? A lot of times is these are people who aren't watching positions. A lot of times these are people who trade leverage and don't pay attention to liquidity, which is insane. The amount of people that trade leverage and have no idea that you can tell where everybody's liquidation levels are, or even check to see if they happen to be in a massive hot spot like this or something, is crazy. So one is they don't know. Two could be that they have a hedged position, right? So they're letting their short get hit because their long is paying off. But I think I'm giving them too much credit. I like to think that's what it is, and then sometimes I feel like I'm just giving people too much credit.
Yeah, that's
The,
definitely too much.
the
credit,
majority of them are just degening, bro. Yeah. You know those people that say my liquidation is at entry, or my stop loss is at liquidation? Like that's these guys. That's why they don't move, because they consider it a stop loss.
That's insane. And it's only 106K, 106.5. Yeah, they're smoking socks, man. They are smoking socks.
Forever.
Hey, Dbloc. Yeah, but those liquidation are actually the ones that set stop loss, and basically they are setting take profits and stop losses. They don't actually show on the level 3 map. They only show on the level 2. If someone, for example, has no stop loss and no TP, basically it's not showing on the liquidation maps. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is
I
what
think
I
I think he
noticed.
said be right back right before you spoke, so he probably jumped off real quick.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, he'll be back. But I hear what you're saying. So I'm still learning all this layer 2, layer 1 stuff. So you telling me why can't you see it on layer 3, but you can see it on layer 2? What does layer 3 have
Yeah,
that's like different?
for example, we see level 1, level 2 liquidations. These are most probably retail and a couple of whales that are on hyperliquid and stuff like that.
Okay.
Level 3 liquidations are institutional liquidations, and
Okay.
level 4 are basically your hedge funds, your big investors, which you don't actually see. You need to pay for it to be seen.
Pay who? Just on your what do you mean?
You,
Or like
for example, you need to go to book maps and pay it.
gotcha. Okay. Okay. So there's oh really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You need to pay to see those liquidations. After that, you don't see it. And also, you don't see level 5 liquidations. Level 5 liquidations are the ones that don't have any take profits
Stop
or stop
losses?
losses. Yep, you don't see
Really?
those.
Why can't you see those? Because they don't have the stop loss and take profit? Is that why?
No, because you basically have like, let's say, a 10 billion position that even Bitcoin goes to zero, they are still in the game.
Wow. Okay, so they're very high up, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I got
those you can't actually see them. So you can't see them because they don't have any liquidation point
I got you.
in the
Yeah, no,
normal sense of the way.
yeah. Thanks for telling me, because I'm looking at Bookmap and I'm thinking that's everything in the world. I didn't know there were different layers. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
but you can go to Bookmap and you can get the paid version and you would see more. You can get the premium version, you can see more, but there are
How, mu-
still some that you cannot actually cannot see.
that kind of defeats the purpose then. If I'm paying a premium price, like the whole, I mean, yeah, I guess more is better than less, right? In terms of the
Yeah,
scanner,
yeah,
but still, if I'm paying premium price, it's like there's still people in stealth mode out there. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
And
There
that's
are.
probably the dangerous ones too. I'm assuming like if they have no or degens, complete degens or just noobs that don't know.
Yeah, you remember that whale win or something like
Mr.
that?
Win. Yeah, was
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was he shown on there like when he placed his orders?
No, he was actually not shown on the liquidation map.
That's
Even though we could see his liquidation real time, he was
and his
not
wallet.
shown on the
Yeah.
level 1 and level 2 liquidations. So basically, if you go into CoinGlass, you couldn't see his liquidation. You could only see it on Hyperliquid and on the
What's
premium book map.
premium book? Okay, so I got two questions for you. Any idea how much premium? What do they charge for premium book map?
Not sure, but I think about $300 to $400, something like that. I'm not sure because I don't have it,
That's fine.
so I'm
I
not
have the
sure.
application. I'll just check it out later. All right, yeah,
I'm
that's a
back, yo.
crazy price though for not being able to see layer 5. That's pricey.
Layer 5 you basically can't see because they don't have any liquidation points, so
Right.
you can't actually see them. If for example I enter a position right now with I don't know $1 billion and for example my liquidation point is minus 25 million in Bitcoin, you can't actually see that because I'm below zero.
Yeah, yeah. I get that. I get that.
By the way, usually market makers don't have liquidation points, so
Yeah,
that's one thing to take into
I'm
consideration as
about to be
well.
on the same page trading 1x.
Shit,
Like,
if you're Alameda, you literally didn't have liquidation point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Most of them don't have liquidation levels because of how much money they have. But
oh, I see what you're saying.
FTX,
No.
FTX gave Alameda a liquidation free account, like guarantee zero chance of being liquidated,
No way. That's crazy.
and they still got wrecked.
Yeah.
You know how
Mm,
bad you have to be?
ouch.
They'll end up underwater.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Depends on the market maker as well, but usually most market makers don't have liquidation points. So, for example, that coin or that asset can go to zero and they are still not liquidated.
Yeah, no, we're not. I'm not anywhere near that. I was just talking about like, for example, Doge. I put in a little something, before it started climbing up again. And I think my liquidation point was like 40 cents. No, sorry, 4 cents. 4 cents. So I was like, okay, I highly doubt Doge is gonna jump down to 4 cents. So I felt a little safe to take a nap, you know what I mean? I'd have to hawk it down. But is that still not good to do? I mean, obviously, yeah, I know Doge has more of a
Honestly,
name than other
you would
memes.
not want to go that far, from my point of view. So, for example, if I enter, let's say, Bitcoin in a long at 103, and even though my liquidation is at $15 of Bitcoin, I wouldn't actually want it to go that low because it would basically mean that I have to wait 5 or 10 years to get into profits.
Yeah, right. If it
So
goes
if
that
it
low.
goes to, for example, 20,000 K and I still don't close my long, I need to wait quite a long time to get some profits on it.
That's what you're saying.
Even though you don't get liquidated, because it's highly unlikely to be liquidated at
But you
20
don't want to
to
be
$5
trapped.
Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't want to
you
be.
could be underwater for 3 years. Worst
Yeah,
case
yeah, yeah,
scenario,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I see.
Or you run that strategy on the wrong coin and you be underwater forever.
Yeah.
Not
No, I'm talking about like
liquidated.
big dogs. I'm talking
Not
about big
liquidated,
dogs.
just underwater for life.
Oh no. All right. Well, no
And
one do
just
that.
when you sell, it pops up.
Yeah, of course, of course.
With my luck, for sure. All right. Lesson learned. Stop loss as always. Okay. Copy. I was looking at it like spot trading. That's all. Because like with spot trading, I don't have sell limits unless it's like a very volatile day. But
How
It
these like
also depends.
accumulate?
It also depends on the stop losses. For example, if you see that there's a upward trend, you can basically, for example, from here we can go to 92K and close that vector gap there. Uh, your stop loss might be at, I don't know, 89K. That would be okay if you can take that loss.
If you
And
could
add to
take
the
that loss.
position. Yeah, and you can add to the position. But for example, if you have a very tight stop loss, you may actually lose on the upward leg, but you may also lose on the downward leg. So
Anything's
depends.
possible.
It can vary from point to point. You can also hedge your, for example, your long with your short. And for example, if we go down to 92, maybe you have a short from here, and we go down to 92, and you close that short, and after that you hedge your profits on the long from 92 and reduce your entry price to basically have the next leg up.
Average down.
But that depends. It depends on everyone's strategy.
I thought for hedging you had to purchase on spot to cover the shares, but you could do it for the opposite trade. Like if you're short, you go long.
If you are cross, you can actually do it on
Oh,
futures.
you have to be cross. Okay.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to be cross. You can't do it on isolated.
I don't screw with cross. I'm not on that level yet.
So you can basically have a futures contract for long, and you have a futures contract for short.
It just sucks that they don't let you. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but they don't let you switch it from isolated to cross once you have an open trade in one of those categories.
Yeah, it makes sense. They want to make money.
Yeah,
It
they're
doesn't
not gonna
matter
let
how
you
they
do
make
that.
money. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
even if the no, I
that
wouldn't
would be
mind if
nice though.
yeah, if the previous trade was already placed isolated and like I want to open a new trade that's that cross, like it should at least let me do that. And then the isolated one still, stays its own category. But like you said, they want to make money.
Yeah, so basically, for example, if I open a hedge here at 104,777, and I open a short, maybe it will go to 92. I will cover my losses from the long, but the profits, in quotes, the profits that I make, I would add to the long. But that depends, because if you go to 92, there's a very good chance to go to 80.
Right. Yeah,
That's
you're
the
not
next
stretching.
point. So, yeah, it kind of depends. So you're basically on zero. Depends on how you play the market.
Copy.
So yeah, you don't lose any money, but you don't make any money. So, in a sense, what's the point in that?
Yeah, yeah. And we don't know how long till it climbs back up. And we're all expecting a quick reaction soon, right? But it could play out slower.
I've seen some guys, for example, hedging from the last all-time high till 74. They closed their shorts at 74, added the profits from the short to the 74 long, and they rode it till here. But yeah, I think that's expert level. So
I was gonna say, brother,
Mm.
writing that down to 74K and not closing, oh man, like I'm sure this doesn't drop overnight, right? Like we're talking several weeks, maybe even
Yeah,
months.
yeah, yeah.
Bro,
Several weeks.
I hate to say it, but definitely know people that caught the perfect short, rode it all the way down to 74, and I could not convince them to take profits, bro. As much as I tried. No, I'll
That's
just
wild.
hedge it. I'll just hedge for the. Yeah. All right.
That's wild. That's like a gambler sitting in a
It
casino
is.
and
It's
already being like,
1000% a gamble. It's what it is. And a
that,
lot of it is vanity, bro. You just want that percentage on the win on that one trade to be as big as possible. Like, that could be 2 trades. That could be 3 trades. Who cares if it's not in the same trade?
yeah.
Lock that shit in, bro.
Phew.
Yeah, that's the thing here. It's human psychology. When you see it in the green, you want more and more and more, and you don't actually take profit. And it's a psychology thing that, for example, if your position drops by, I don't know, 30 to 40%, something like that, you will not close that position. 99% of the traders will not close that position. They will add to it, add to it, add to it until it gets them wrecked.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Not
Yeah,
You
me.
just
but think about it. It's psychology.
Oh, yeah,
This is
that's the
what the
main
human
problem.
brain is doing.
Of course. More. Yeah, and it's a
I think
scarcity. It's a
Dbloc agrees
scarcity
with me.
mindset.
So yeah,
It
yeah.
it comes from a scarcity mindset. You one of the things that you get for being in crypto in a while, and it's not because of the money at all, because even if you get wrecked and you get it back and you get wrecked, whatever, you get an abundance mindset where you realize how much money there actually is that's flowing around and how much money comes across our laps every day, and all we got to do is be in the right position. When you first start, it's a scarcity mindset. Oh, this isn't gonna last. Money's coming. I've got to take it while it's here. I've got to push this as hard as it can. I don't know. I just it's the ego for me of having it all in one trade. Right? There's
that's
two
crazy.
there's
Though.
two things. It's the ego of having it in one trade. That's the ego side of it. There's also a opposite problem, which is the lack of confidence in your ability to re-enter a trade. You got in a good trade, it's successful. You don't want it to stop. Right? Because you got in at a good entry. You nailed it perfect. Now if you take profit, now you got to find another entry. What if you screw that entry up? You probably can't do it again. Man, I feel like maybe I just got lucky on that entry. Like that lack of confidence in your TA will keep you from taking profit
That's probably
because
like 75% of it. Yeah.
yeah, because you don't have the confidence that you can re-enter something that that's successful again, and you can. The same rules that you used to get into that first trade, you use it to get into your next one. People just need to
Yeah, but
get it
that's
through their
the same
heads that
thing.
P&L, that unrealized P&L isn't your money. You haven't had a successful trade yet. You haven't had a successful trade until you take profit. You've got numbers on a chart telling you that something looks good, but there's supposed to be action there, right? Because if you don't act and it goes back to zero, all of a sudden that successful trade, what, now it's not successful, right? It was never successful. It wasn't successful until you take the profits. When you lock that in and it's yours, that unrealized profit and loss is not your money, it's our money. And if I take mine
Mysterious.
before you take yours, guess what happens to your profit and loss?
Bye bye.
So that's all it is. People just need to learn that, like, the trade hasn't been a W until you take the profit.
And that's the same thing that happens with losses. For
Mhm.
example, if you go, it's a mindset. Most people have this mindset. For example, you have $2,000 in trading money, and you enter a long position, 125x on Binance or whatever, and you see, for example, Ethereum goes up to 2,700, and you made like $1,000 on it, and you're like, oh, $1,000, it can go higher. Of course, it can go higher. Maybe it will go to 9,000. Okay, it may do that, but it may actually create a falling knife. And then you're like down 20% or 30% on your trade, and you're like, oh man, I actually lost 30% of my trade. I actually lost a lot of money. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep it because it will go to, I don't know, $9,000 in the next couple of months. And you actually get wrecked
Mm-hmm.
because it's the mentality of, if you go below 10%, it's the mentality that you're not gonna sell that position ever. Because no one wants to see red. And it's the same mentality when you see green. You will not take profits at 300%, 400%, 500% because it needs to go up more. So this is a psychology that you need to fight in order to basically be profitable in this market. And I'm speaking from my own experience because I did this. I wrecked out I don't know, I'm at the 10th account to be wrecked on. But for 3 to 4 years now, I'm kind of profitable. So I'm speaking from experience because I see a trade that is like, wow, it's totally going okay. I'm not gonna take profits. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. I have like a calendar set that says take profits here. Stop the bullshit.
At the very least, scroll up your stop losses.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? Like, there's no
I
reason
got it to the
why
point.
you can't
Yeah,
just pull your stop loss up.
yeah, I got it to the point where I have my stop losses of break even, and right now I have my stop losses at profit.
Yeah. That's the
And
best.
I've
That's where
been
you want
trading
to.
for 8 years now, so
That's where you want to be. You know, stop losses in profit. Worst case scenario, you've locked in some gains.
yeah, it's not like you're going to be a millionaire over the night. Yeah, you may hit that trade where you, I don't know, you go into what weird coin that no one heard about and you go long on it and it goes 97,000% overnight. You may hit that, but the likelihood of hitting that is like 0.00001. So
Digital with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. RH with another 5. Let's go.
you're better off taking profits. So for example, no one there's a very good saying. No one got wrecked taking profits.
Yeah.
So basically you're better off taking profits and no one actually uh, got poorer for taking profits. So even though the coin you're looking at will go to, I don't know, 20,000% or whatever, you're better off taking profits.
Was it
Even though you
Munger
regret
said?
it
It was
after
Munger
that.
that said, I think that said I made my first $1 million taking profits too early. And
Yeah,
that's the truth.
yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
truest shit ever. In retrospect, you'll look back and you'll say maybe I took profits too early. But then you'll talk to somebody that didn't take profits. And you'll be like, oh,
Do you
you know?
think Warren Buffett is like right now crying and saying, "Oh, I took profits too early.
Yeah.
Look at the market now." No,
Yeah.
I don't think he's crying. He's like, I have about 4,000 billion.
I could get back
I'm
in
totally
wherever I
okay with
want.
that.
Exactly. It's at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, right? Like, look, if we just come to like a dead part of the, like, let's just come to a black part of the chart. There's so much psychology involved in catching a dip, right? When you catch that falling knife and you caught it and you get that lower high and you're like, oh, I did it, right? And prices going, prices coming up. And then you get to a resistance where you top. Your trade when you took this was, let's say, that target, right? Now you start getting into the hope part of the trade where you're like, okay, maybe there'll be a continuation. The all-time high is right there. And then you come down to this support and you hold and you're like, okay, yeah, this is it. And then it drops and you're like, okay, well, it'll hold the next support. You know, and then now you're hoping and you're praying and you're hoping. And eventually you're right, right? Eventually it holds one of those supports, creates a little bull flag, pops out, retests, and goes. Right. The problem is
Like how much
you've
time you
lost so
wasted.
much compounding power inside of that flag.
Yeah.
Right. If your initial trade was to this target, if your initial trade was to this target, right? You've had all of these levels of support. Every one of these is an opportunity for you to grab your stop loss and bring it up, right? Your original stop loss is underneath. You didn't know if that was going to hold or not. Cool. You got your higher low. You broke that local high. Cool. Your stop loss should be moved up. And then you come back, you held that as support, and you popped out again. Cool. Even better. Lock those gains in. You should be locking this in all the way up.
Dbloc, my friend, do you know how many times I was like, I'm gonna sell the position from 74? and taking profits was like,
It's
I don't want
murder.
to do that.
Yeah,
I did no.
yeah. Because it
Don't
was
go
so.
higher.
It's because there was so much emotion involved down here, right? When you took this buy, it felt like the wrong thing to do. Everybody's telling you it's
Yeah,
gonna go
yeah.
lower, So and then you get all the euphoria from being proven right. You don't want to go back to this feeling, right? And you
Yeah,
instantly,
but
as soon
every
as you
time I
take
hit the
profit,
button
you
to
go
took
back to this
profits, it
feeling, right? When you take profit right here, it feels the same as when you bought down here. Feels good. You took
yeah.
profit, but oh my God, the doubt. And then this high right here is like torture. This move up is like, oh, I know I did the wrong thing. I took too early. Should I get back in? This phase sucks, bro. I don't trade the
Yeah,
flags.
I know
I
what you're
trade the
saying.
poles, you know? You don't want to trade the flags if you can avoid it.
I know what you're saying because when I took every time I took profits from the 74 one, I was like, no, I'm doing the wrong thing. No, this is not okay. I need to wait a little bit longer, but no, I need to lock in some profits because if not, I'm gonna get liquidated and this is not okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm seeing where Bitcoin is right now, and I'm like, damn, if I kept that full position in, I would be like $1 million in right now.
Layton with the
But
5
yeah,
gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W members. Appreciate all the love in the chat.
it's hard to take profits, it's hard to take losses, and uh, it's harder to basically take profits because you don't actually know, even with the TA and everything, you don't actually know what the market will do in a short term. And when you see it in the short term, you go panic and you're expecting it to go up and it actually goes down, even though you have a comfy position from 74.
Yeah.
And when the market goes like,
Hold on, give me
okay,
one
I'm
second.
gonna
Give me
consolidate.
1 second.
Yes.
Psychological ranges is starting to come in now, and we're right below CME close. So I expect to have an attempt here, right, to get above. Remember, they like to put that CME inside of the psychological ranges. We're as close as we are. So I expect to see an attempt here from market maker, at the very least, to start a party to try to get above this resistance. We've got until 2 o'clock in the morning to do it, right? They finished setting at 2 o'clock. So if you're asking what I'm thinking, Indy, I think we pop up into these liquidations. No, but I agree. Psychology is one of the most important things, and it's one of the last things that you master too. You're gonna
Yeah.
learn
Yeah.
TA and charting, and you're gonna learn all of the shit that we're talking about way before you get your psychology in check. I promise you. Because there's new the psychology that you're dealing with now as somebody that's brand new is completely different. Once you learn a little bit and you got it under, now you've got to deal with overconfidence. Or you've got to deal with a different sort of psychology that comes from feeling like you can tell where price is going. Like a self humbling that has to happen. I've seen that go very, very wrong for people. I've seen them come from a hole, figure it out, get really good, get confident, get overconfident, and then go right back down to the bottom.
I don't know if this is the right place to say it, but for example, in my case, I've been trading for about 8 years, also mining and stuff like that, doesn't matter. But trading for over 8 years now. 4 years of those, uh, I actually lost. I lost about 100K. I just managed to get it back and also get into profit right now after paying the market tuition.
Yeah.
And I actually paid the the market tuition a lot of money. A lot
That's
of money.
that's the part that's important, that we get to choose if if you get around people that kind of know what's going on early, then you get to choose what your tuition is going to be. I didn't get. I threw money at this thing until I figured it out. My tuition. I don't even want to put a number amount on it. It was plenty.
For me, that was a lot of money. I'm from Romania, and
Yeah.
it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Even it doesn't even matter if it's all your money. It's a lot of money. If you come in with $10,000 and your tuition costs you all $10K, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, for me it was about 100K, 120K. It was a lot of money to basically start to understand the market and to see how it works and how it goes. I was like, wow, I'm getting like uh 5 figures in just one row. It can go higher. And
Yep.
then it went sideways and
Uh,
everything went to shit.
Here by tuition we mean the money that you spend or the money that you lose in the market learning how to trade, right? So everybody pays a tuition. Um, that my challenge that I told you guys about doing 100 trades with $100, that keeps your tuition low, right? $1 per trade. You can't start trading real money until you can get through 100 trades profitable. Meaning, if you get to the end of the 100 trades, you have less than $100, you got to try again. My point is, and I won't speak for anybody here, but most people will blow their first account within their first 100 trades. 100 trades is a lot of trades, right? And that tuition could end up costing you 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, or it could cost you, 1 or 2K if you do it correctly. But like I said, I won't speak for anybody here, but I can tell you, I 1,000% lost everything that I came in with within the first 100 trades.
Yeah, I can say the same for me. I actually did good with the volume trading. I mean, in terms of I made it wait. I think I made it past 100 trades for sure because I was going in. But yeah, I ended up getting like you said too confident. And just felt too easy and too quick and like oh wow this isn't bad And then it's that one night you let loose and you wake up and you're liquidated. So now we
Yeah,
learned the
and the
hard way.
and the sad part is when you are successful, like you do see success early, but you don't take it, for all the reasons that we're talking about. It's one thing to come in and just lose every single. If you come in and you just lose every single trade you take, then maybe it's just not for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's the seeing money and then the feeling that feeling of, oh wow, this could really change my life, and then you start taking more risk, and then boom, it's gone.
Yeah, for example, my first trade was like um I can actually search it. But my first trade from 8 years ago was like $2,000 doing 125x on BTC, and it actually hit about $20,000 in profit. And I was like, no, dude, it can go further. Further. And I fucking got liquidated. Oh,
Exactly.
sorry for my language.
Yeah, that's why I said it's important to understand. One of the very first lessons should be that unrealized profit and loss, like that's not your money. It just shows what your portion of the money would be if you decided to press that button at that time. But people start to count it, right? They count their chickens before they hatch. They start getting excited. But I know people that start spending the money in their heads before they've even taken profits. They're like, oh, this is great. This trade is amazing. If I just two more X, I'll be able to get that extension on the house. And it's like, bro, you can take another trade. Are you gonna stop trading? Like some people trade like they plan to stop trading after this one trade or something. Like, nope, I'm gonna make $1 million on this trade and I'm gonna retire.
Yeah,
Or
that was me. That was me. Like, I'm gonna make the $1 million trade. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Well, actually, no. Got liquidated a bunch of times. But perseverance actually helps with it. And learning the market and trying to understand the market and how it works also helps a lot. Even though sometimes technical analysis doesn't work, it does work in some certain points, but if you have Trump and saying stuff like tariffs and stuff like that, yeah, the market is going to react to it. But mostly, if there's no turmoil, you can get a trend line and you can see where the market is going. But in weird cases like we have here with Trump, it kind of side wobbles.
Just takes more than
Also,
technicals. It can still be done, but your your scope has to be way bigger than just the charts. Like you really have to be plugged into sentiment. You've got to be plugged into the news. You've got to have an idea in your mind on if he says this or that, what effect does that have macroeconomically? If that happens, what effect does that have on price, short term, mid term, long? It's a lot. It's a lot. It
yeah,
starts
but
to feel like forex.
yeah, for example, he can come out tomorrow and say on True Social, I put 2000% tariffs on I don't know what, and the market will react
Yeah.
to that, and it will go down, even Bitcoin as well.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
grateful
not like
for
I
it
said.
though.
It's not predicting what's going to happen. That's really important. Your money's going to be made in the ability to know when something happens, what effect that's going to have. Because remember, most people are still going to be reeling, trying to figure it out, right? So the second that he does come on and say something crazy, how long does it take you to figure out what effect that's going to have on the assets you're holding? Like that's what's important because we can't affect anything else, right?
Yeah.
But having a good grasp on, okay, there's liquidity above, there's a big support underneath. It's going to take at least this much Bitcoin to move. The sentiment is this. Then he says something, then you're like, okay, boom. More likely chance now that that'll be enough to break that support. If that's, so you've got to go down the line with it. All we can do is sort of boil it down to the highest probabilities, like anything else, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
that's
somebody
true.
new in crypto, I'm glad I get to experience, the things that the news could affect. That's definitely good for me.
Bro, I'm jealous of y'all. I'm not gonna hold you. You new guys that are in here, and I'm not even saying it because I'm like, oh, this group is amazing and all that. But compared to what was available to me when I started trading, which was an empty room with a computer, you know what I mean? It's like some of the lessons
Believe
that
me.
you guys, some of the shit that you guys are hearing took me 6 years to get in a room where anybody would even openly talk about it. If people knew, they gate kept it. Most of them didn't know because it was brand new. There were no OGs. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it's brand new. But now it's like, I don't know, man. It's so cool. You guys get access to, and not everybody can learn without actually touching a stove. But if you're lucky enough to be able to pick up on shit without having to go through it yourself, you got such a head start, bro. In the beginning, your
Yeah, but
first
it's
your first
also
bull market was almost automatically a loss. Like your first 4 years, you were gonna get wrecked no matter what. Can't really say that now. You get in the right rooms with the right people, you can make it on your first year if you listen. You know?
That is 100% accurate.
that's totally true, but it also kind of changed from the last cycle because right now we have ETFs, we have a lot of institutional investors. So even though most of us are expecting a 50% drop, 70% drop, whatever, um, it's quite hard to have it because let's just take into consideration the fact that, for example, Michael Saylor has his entry point at 83,000 average right now. Do you think that Bitcoin will go to 82, 81, 79?
Michael Saylor will be underneath his average at one point in the bear market, yeah, just like he was during the last one. but that doesn't mean that
I
he's
doubt it.
anywhere
He
near
wasn't.
his margin call.
He wasn't. He wasn't. If you check it, he wasn't out under his average.
If he
yield.
wasn't under, he was close to it.
Yeah, but he wasn't under it. He was just there on the
Are you
line.
sure about that?
Yeah, totally sure.
When you look at you need to look at some of the material that MicroStrategies puts out to their shareholders, and equally some of the material that BlackRock puts out to their shareholders, because they prepare them for that. MicroStrategy shareholders are probably more uniquely prepared for a downturn on Bitcoin than I'd say anybody else. I'd say some of these new companies that are sort of joining the Bitcoin standard now, their shareholders are going to have like a rude awakening when it comes to the bear market if they're not prepared exactly.
Yeah, but what do you think about the fact that, for example, in the last few months, 1 year, Bitcoin has basically performed the same as the S&P and the Nasdaq?
It's just a coincidence because we've been on a downturn.
Okay, I would
Nothing
actually say
about
that.
nothing about what's happened has affected the cycle so far that's lasted for more than a month or two. Right? The first time that we were affected was when we broke all-time high before we were supposed to. And then we went through a long, over 6 month drawn out consolidation all the way back down to 49K because of it. As far as tracking the cycle, which is, one of my biggest obsessions, I don't have any fear at all just yet. My biggest fear, and I'll tell you guys what keeps me up at night, is the pension funds and the retirement firms. That's what really keeps me up at night, and the sovereign wealth funds. Meaning, will they wait? Right? They're waiting thus far. The pension funds and the retirement firms have been on a one cycle wait and see already. They've already had their meetings with their boards. They want to hold Bitcoin. They're waiting and see how it works through a whole cycle, right? So we can expect them
But
to
what do
come
you
in
think?
during the next cycle. Sovereign wealth funds, though, are a different story. Because
But what do you think in the fact that, for example, gold and Bitcoin went up together and the stock market crashed?
Well, it's because of QT for the same reason that our alts didn't do shit. People went into defensive plays.
Doesn't matter the alt, just Bitcoin and gold.
Yeah, they went into defensive plays. Bitcoin and gold are defensive plays. This is the first time that we've seen Bitcoin actually react the same as gold as far as people having an equal sort of faith in it being safe compared to everything else. And it held up, right? Bitcoin held up against the alts. Gold held up against the market. But this is all for me. This is all because of QT for me. This is all because there hasn't been an inflow of money, right? Risk assets aren't where people want to go. People want to go into bonds and they want to go into defensive plays. But that changes once we go into QE, which will probably be during the next bull market, in my opinion. Maybe we get a taste of it at the top of this one, but make me feel what?
Doesn't that make you feel that basically Bitcoin has become the new gold standard for digital currencies?
Yeah, of course. 1000%. I mean, it's been the gold standard for digital currencies, but yeah, but that doesn't mean that we lose our volatility.
Yeah, of course it doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
But it's quite improbable to actually go down to 72, 78, 79 or something like that. It's quite improbable because from my point of view, I see that we have the ETFs and we have a lot of ETFs.
Yeah, but they're also selling, but they're selling the ETFs, and they're selling the Bitcoin to institutional investors, explaining to them that it is cyclical. Like I said, when you got some time, go look at some of the BlackRock material, some of the sales material for Bitcoin. They explain it very clearly how this thing is cyclical. It will go through a bear market. There will be a time where you won't be invested in this and you'll rotate into bonds, you'll rotate into money markets. just like they do with their customers when it comes to gold, just like they do with their customers when it comes to oil. Right? These things are cyclical. So I agree. This push that we had has been great with ETFs, and maybe we get front run on the way down. But I do believe that the reason that the ETFs wanted to get involved is because of the nature of Bitcoin. Right? You don't watch something operate for as long as they've watched Bitcoin operate and then come in and not take advantage of the biggest money. The biggest money isn't the bull market. The biggest money is the bear market. The biggest money is how cyclical it's been that we can sell that top, recompound at the bottom, and then take the ride again. So I don't think that their intention is to come in and break that any. The reason that I say that the pension funds and the retirement firms and the sovereign wealth funds sort of worry me is because these are long-term holds, right? They're not trying to play the cyclical game with us. They're trying to buy as much Bitcoin as they possibly can, store it away for the next 20 to 30 years to ensure people's retirements, their pensions, to ensure their own treasuries or whatever. That's when I think things start to slow down. And eventually, yeah, in 3, 4 cycles, I think we move a lot more like the S&P than anything else.
Okay. You're thinking a bit of a long term.
I think that's how long it'll take to slow this. I mean, if you think about it, we're still a baby. There's this market cap is nothing. Well, now when we start talking about
Yeah,
getting up
it's
towards
like
the market
two,
cap of
3
gold,
trillion. Yeah.
yeah, when we start talking about getting up to like the market cap of gold, um, then yeah, then you can expect things to not. But if we just get 1% from all investable assets, and we'll get way more than that in the next 10 years. But if we just get 1% from real estate, 1% from equities, 1% from gold, 1% out of derivatives, 1% from, 1% from commodities, 1% from family offices, 1% just 1% of the debt alone. Yeah, Bitcoin has way more to go. Way more to go.
Yeah, from my point of view, it can go to 1 million or 2 million, but
Easy.
other than that,
We get to 150. If
I
we
don't
get to
know.
150 during this run, we're breaking $250,000 on the next bull market. If we break $250,000 on the next bull market, our chances of hitting $500,000 in the next one, not too far off. It's just hard to think exponentially. It's possible, as it's possible we don't see 70% drops. But even on our biggest diminishing return, we would still see at least 70. We went from 95% retracements on the first bear market. We went to 90, from 95 to 91 to 87 to 85, and then 77 with the institutional front run that we had this time. Right? They cut us off. Our full retracement should have been that 13.4, 13.5. So they cut us off at a couple $1,000s per Bitcoin. But that's because they were trying to get entry into what they knew was coming. Right? Now they're in the game. So now the game that they've been watching us play for the last, 12, 15 years, they're in the game now. So do they not take part do they not participate in the most lucrative part of it after watching it for this long? I don't think so. I think the goal is still money. Now, if you think the goal is for the institutions to come in, take over complete control, lock out the little guy, then we can have a conversation, right? Because that's exactly what that would do. Bitcoin taking those retracements during the bear market ensures that you can always come back and pick up new people, right? If we stop doing that, you're going to lock out the little guy.
Yeah, but one thing I want to ask, what would you think about, for example, waiting a pullback and, for example, taking a long and a year long, going to, I don't know, 1 million or 2 million. Or maybe 5 year long.
I mean, I guess, but like you're still giving up on the compounding. The true money's made in the compounding. I don't want to run anything more than a cycle long. Right, because my point is to get as much as I can at the top of the bull and then to recompound that down at the back at the bottom of the bear market.
So basically, you're just trying to scalp the market.
In a way, but like I said, the compounding is where you're going to make the money. I mean, if you bought one Bitcoin at, $300 and you're at 1,000 now, 100,000 or whatever, yeah, you made really good money on that. But you only have one Bitcoin, right? If you sold that one Bitcoin you bought it at 3 and you sold that one Bitcoin at, 30, and then when it went back down to 13, now you have 3 Bitcoin, and then you sold that when you went to 60, 69, and then when it went back down to 15, now you have 8 Bitcoin. Big difference, right? And we're not talking about risky scalps. We're talking about 4-year compounding, which is why this cycle and getting your head wrapped around this cycle is so important, because that's the lucrative opportunity. That's the generational wealth. Because you literally just turned $300 into 8 Bitcoin. Or you can just buy the bottom, hold it, and wait till the very top. And if I bought one Bitcoin at 15.5 right now, I'd have $100,000. Cool, but I'd still only have one Bitcoin. If I sold that one Bitcoin at 74 and bought back down at 49, I have like almost 2 Bitcoin at this point. It all depends on what you're trying to compound long. If what you're trying to do is accumulate fiat, then yeah, that's fine. Do some covered calls, do some, IBIT trading or whatever. But if you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin, that's not doing anything for you. Right? Cool, you made a shit ton of money. All right, cool. Now Bitcoin's at $1 million. How much Bitcoin do you have to sell for $1 million? Or Bitcoin's at your dream target of whatever it is. Right? The point is to accumulate. Fiat's going to shit. You can accumulate fiat if you want, but what are you going to do with it? Right? If you're not using it to buy assets, you're just using it to make more money, then you end up in the same position that BlackRock is in. I think BlackRock is doing this shit because they believe in the future of crypto and they want to help society and blah, 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 blah. They're doing this shit because they have a shit ton of money that they've made from raping the system for the past, 100+ years or whatever. And it's being debased to nothing. And they're thinking in their minds, how do we take this big ass bag of fiat that we've accumulated and get it into the next 100 years without losing all its value? Right? So you start an ETF, you settle it in cash, not kind. So you buy ETF, they buy Bitcoin, you sell the ETF, they give you some of that dirty money they've been trying to get rid of, and they keep your Bitcoin. Right? They recompound, they do the same thing we're saying, and they accumulate Bitcoin, and eventually they're holding their assets they're holding their wealth in something that's not being debased. It's all a Bitcoin accumulation game. Everybody's accumulating. That guy at the ice cream shop that's letting you buy your ice cream cones with Bitcoin, he's accumulating Bitcoin. He's buying your Bitcoin for the cost of making an ice cream cone. Not the price he sold it to you for, how much it cost him. You go to a bar and they accept Bitcoin and you're all happy because you went to a club and they accept Bitcoin at the bar and you bought your $20 vodka tonic that cost them 57 cents to make, right? They just bought $20 worth of your Bitcoin for 57 cents. Elon was selling Teslas for Bitcoin. Cool. $100,000 Tesla that cost him $25,000 to make. He just bought $100,000 worth of your Bitcoin for 25,000 bucks. And then what happens at the top of the bear market, where it's now losing value and it's not a good deal anymore? They stop taking it. All Bitcoin accumulation.
Yo, look at these candles right now on everything. They're all bunched up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is the monthly close. That's why we're coming down to the last hour and a half monthly close.
Yeah, that's worth watching on Bitcoin because we want to get this monthly close. Let me see. Are we underneath it already?
Because everything has like all these bunched up candles, and that's
All
just
right,
weird
so
formation.
we're not underneath it yet. We want the monthly close to be above 1028, and it looks like we'll get that. Right, but what we don't want to do is have a sort of failed rally up above those bodies. And so this will be the highest monthly close that we've ever had. Then after that, the next monthly candle can dip down if it wants to. It doesn't matter, right? It'll just end up being a wick and then a new body above. So we're not worried about that. But your macro TA guys will react off of this body not closing above these bodies. That will 1000% be a sell trigger. Yeah, that'll be real good for sentiment. Because that'll be what the news says, right? They'll be all over the news. Highest monthly close, Bitcoin history.
Yeah, it looks like it's setting up some volatility this last hour. Daily close, monthly close. Coming from a low.
RH, one of the probably best signs to look for is you want to look into construction, right? So you would look for that country's main sort of firm, and you just want to watch to see if construction is increasing or if there's no new houses being built. It's usually a good sign. But globally, the real estate cycle runs on an 18.6-year cycle. Right, and that's tied to the debt cycle that comes from the central banks, right, because of mortgages. So it's pretty standard across each country. But you can see if things are heating up, right, by watching construction. Yeah, 18.6 years. 2008 was our last. Remember 2008? That was pretty global. Yeah, no problem. How much time for this monthly close? 1 hour, 23 minutes. So 1 hour, 23 minutes to stay above 10228. 10228 would bring us underneath our vector. All right. 10228. That's our bulls must hold till monthly close line.
Yo, Dbloc, do you ever chart like others, like altcoins, like that?
Yep. Yeah, everything is looking basically the same right now. Like if we go and look, I'll take a look at it real quick for you. 10228. All right, we can do whatever we want as long as we stay above that line for the next hour. Yeah, I actually have others up right now. So we had that little inverse head and shoulders, or in the spirit of on others, but for the most part, just like everything else, down to its 50, lost its 50 to clear the vector. It's still possible drop to 228 to fully clear. 800's running underneath. That's why we're paying attention to this daily candle. This daily candle closes like this, we can expect another green candle, which would be a retest of the 50. And then we'd see if that holds or if it rolls over to come down for the rest of that vector. But it's very similar to, you know, what the alts look like in general. And if we compare them to each other, let's just get all of this shit off the chart. So that's the progress of others. Go total. So total is just getting down to its 50, hasn't broken, right? Bitcoin heavy on total. So we're still waiting for that move down, just like we're waiting for that move down. That 100K would give us that hit on total. If that was to break, then you'd be in the situation that you are with others, where you'd be looking to clear this vector. But we expect this to hold, or at least I expect this to hold. And then total 2, which is more ETH heavy, is already at its 50 and its 200. Nice doji, really nice reaction off of total 2. Right, so total 2 doesn't really need to come down anymore. If total comes down, total 2 will probably revisit this area, but and then if we look at total 3, oh, I think my keyboard died, y'all. TA is on pause until I recharge this shit. Roll this out. Give me some time to order my food. But yeah, for the most part, everything has made that move. And others is the only one that really broke underneath its 50. But we can tell that, right? Because when we look at the altcoins that are sort of resembling, that are gathered in others, they've done the same thing. Right? Our stronger alts have held their 50s. Our lower market cap alts have lost them. No, none of them are about to crash crypto. They've all got their 200, their 800, and their 50 EMA underneath us. At the very most, they come back down into that zone, my opinion. But a crash, no. I know it looks sketchy. It looks like you were saying, it looks like a Bart Simpson, like it should come down and clear the entire vector down to 1 mil. But there's plenty of support there. And if Bitcoin does what we think it's going to do, then it'll carry everything with it, right? This would have to call for a major breakdown on Bitcoin to low 90s. Market maker going after that vector gap at 92 on Bitcoin would do something like this. I just don't think that's a very high probability. All right, let me leave the chart set up. I'll be back in a minute. Let me order my food and charge this keyboard.
Dang, look at these candles. I'm fighting for that monthly close, man. Fighting.
这个做这个我出来做。
What's going on, YouTube? You guys ready for the monthly close?
Yeah, dear. 4 minutes to monthly close, 5 minutes exactly.
Got a little movement going on. Big sales, big sales.
I think if ETH doesn't hold that low it just made right there, I think it breaks Friday's low.
Yeah, Doge is really eating it right now.
Because that low that ETH made on Friday, it front ran the 236 by like $40. 236 was at 2455 and it got down to 2472. That's the 236 from the lows that ETH made a couple months ago, like at 1300 to this high that we just mostly made around 2770 or something. And then it couldn't get over the 2,547. It got rejected. Like, I don't know if you were here last night, but I was like, if it gets past that, it would fly, but got rejected right up from it. It tapped it 1, 2, 3 times. It tapped it 3 times.
Yeah, I was here last night. So I got rejected 3 times, as you're saying.
Yeah, ETH. I was mentioning if it gets past 2,547, it would fly most likely to, but it got rejected. Yeah, I entered a short in there, but closed a little bit too soon at 2,500.
Yeah, they're hunting, bro. Usually, I don't know. I learned my lesson last week, and I'm just sitting on the sideline watching.
Yeah, like last weekend was really bad. It felt like there was no structure that was being um respected. It was just like swings, man. But right now it feels like it's respecting some levels for sure. Almost to a T.
Yeah, last weekend, I keep saying it was like an action movie, man. I somehow managed to survive and scalp out a little bit. Actually, I came out pretty good last week. I'm not gonna lie, but it took time, just patience. So I'm kind of going for the same thing here, just playing it by patience.
Each trying.
There's so many orders sitting below us, like for Bitcoin, and there's
Like
really not much
buy orders.
above. Yeah, buy sells. Sorry, yeah, probably longs are all longs. 1,000, 101,000, 102, and 103 are like the heaviest. But there's really not much above us until you get to like 110, 111. Got a lot of shorts up there.
So you're saying there's not a lot of sell orders above, but a lot of buy
And
orders
not in
below?
the local area, no. Yeah, mostly here. I'll share my screen. I'm looking at Bookmap.
I'm telling you, man, they want to make those price. They want people to chase, man. I feel like we need higher. It's too easy to long at 100K, man. It's just too easy.
$165 sitting at 110. 112 at 111.
You know, if it was like a traditional stock, like I think of like Apple. Like Apple gets to like 200, people pile in. It's like an easy like long. If it breaks 200, people kind of sell. It's an easy like, you know. But I don't know. I feel like with crypto, especially with leverage and everything, I feel like the market maker doesn't want to make it that easy to pile in. Like you can just have a ton of 100x leverage plays at like 99, 97, 98, 100. Like they got to add some mystery to it, you know? They got to do some front running or they're just going to, people are just going to eat. And I don't feel like they want people to eat.
Pretty sure they're doing the eating. That's certain. There's just not enough volume. It's too slow. They're trying to keep the price. We can trap, you know. But yeah, just looking on the book map, I would say higher chance of going down, grabbing all that, and then going up. That's just my perspective.
Hold on, I'm going to check your screen. I'm just trying to see if I just entered. I just added to my law. It was added. My theory is that we recover like the stock market did on Friday close. This is just crypto's just delaying it.
I'm looking at Dbloc's chart that he's got up. And it says trap short at starting at like I don't know what is that 103 200 down to 102 600. Yeah, just stay on point. That's all.
Yes, I don't trust. Well, I don't really understand how Bookmap. I mean, I get like I guess the theories behind it and how it works. Just don't trust it. I just feel like there's so much manipulation as is that like that's probably one of the easiest things that can be manipulated. It's just like orders and spoofing and all that.
Yeah, we are talking about it earlier. There's different layers apparently. So this is the free version. So I only get like layer 1, layer 2. Apparently there's like a layer 5 that's not reading detectable, and there's a layer 4 where yeah, there's a whole bunch too. I just kind of use it as like a quick reference just to look at. But yeah, for the most part, whenever we've shot up, um, I've noticed there's been a lot of orders up above and kind of like a ladder in a sense. You know, fuel, rocket fuel. And obviously I don't know what's going on behind that, but just something I like to keep my eye on.
Yeah, sure. Do you have Coinbase by chance?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I found that gives kind of like an idea of where like liquidity's standing is they added 24/7 trading for derivatives contracts. Only ETH and Bitcoin trade 24/7. The rest like Solana, XRP, all the other ones they have, they're basically only Monday through Friday. And after at Friday at 5 p.m. they lock it, so you can't trade and you gotta wait till Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. But Bitcoin and ETH they turned on 24/7. So now you can see basically liquidity on Coinbase side.
Is that under like the advanced one?
Yeah, if you go to advanced and then you go to derivatives, you can basically trade most coins, not all though. Like they've got the majors on there, like Solana, XRP, ETH, Bitcoin, Doge. Um, they don't have a
Yeah,
lot. I
check
think they
it out.
probably have like 12, 15 coins in total for
Yeah.
contracts.
Do you need the
But
premium to pay the premium price to get that, or is that just the setting? I don't remember. Because I just canceled my sub, man. It was like,
no,
okay,
it's
that's one that's
but
free. Okay, I had the premium thing and it was not worth. I
they
canceled it right
turned
away.
they turned on the 24/7 trading for ETH and Bitcoin. So now you can see order. Like I saw a massive order. It was like almost like 70,000 for ETH contracts at like 25.40. I was like, what is this guy know? And then sure enough, there's that pullback we just got. But now I'm seeing the opposite. I'm seeing a massive order in for here.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
But like, yeah, on Coinbase, the only thing you could see was like spot orders and stuff before. But now you can see these future contracts, which the price of it usually is it's not the exact same as what the current price of ETH is because it's a 1 month dated contract. So like right now, ETH is trading at like 509, but on Coinbase the contracts are going for 527, 25, 27. But there's always going to be a little bit of a premium you pay for the contracts. But
Is
they are
that
leveraged.
your
They're leveraged
is that,
at what are they leveraged at? They're leveraged at 3.6x. That's not even like high leverage, but it is a 3.6x leverage.
is that your prime platform to use? Like, is that you only use Coinbase or?
Uh, for like my spot bags and stuff like that. The rest, like futures, I use like Blowfan, Weeks, and Bitunix and Mexi. Memes are getting some nice bounces from here too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust it just yet.
You said what? Interest what?
No, I'm saying I don't trust it. I think it's gonna go further down. Just my opinion. Dominance on Bitcoin is 64.41 right now.
I mean, most altcoins got obliterated on this pullback. So I mean, if they're like, I don't know. I feel like sentiment on them is already pretty low, and to send them even lower yet again, another month while Bitcoin's at like above 100K. if there ever is a chance for a potential like strong alt season or even a glimmer of it, like it would need to like happen around here.
Yeah, Dbloc warned us. I mean, he said stay away from him for now. It's time to shine just yet.
No, I think he was mentioning you definitely start dabbling in some areas. Like he's already DCing and like Solana's at 150. It's a strong area to DCA in at. Like for sure, it could definitely go lower. I'm not saying it, but I'm just saying like if it's holding support and it's tested this and broke it many times over the last like 6 months. So, but when it did test and break this the last 6 months, Bitcoin was never this high. That's the other thing. Bitcoin was always trading around the 90s, the 80s even. So now that it's testing the support and Bitcoin's holding above 100 and ETH is now holding above 2,500, it just gives me a little added conviction to kind of push a little harder on alts. Maybe not all in, but for sure, like there's a chance.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to add a little here and there.
Yeah, I've been DCing into the coin SEI say.
No.
It's kind of like it was supposed to be like Sui. It's just another blockchain, but then Sui there's kind of one. It was like competing against Sui when Sui was like in the 30-40 cents and Say was in the 30-40 cents. And for a moment, Say kind of took over and it got past like $1, but then I don't know what happened, man. I think the devs messed up or the change just kind of I'm not sure why Say fell so hard, but it came down to like 12, 13 cents. I DCA'd around 16, 17, 18. And then this past run, it went all the way back up to like 27. And it's back at 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. My my DGen coin was because it's not on futures. Thankfully, I'm very happy it's not. It's only spot, but MOG, which
Yeah,
is
I got a bunch of MOG. I got MOG around like 30, 40 cents.
oh, you shorted it?
No, I'm longing. I've been DCA. I'm like net long on like everything.
Yeah,
I
just be
just do like
careful, man.
short
It's
scalps.
low. It's really low now. What is it on now?
It's at 91. It's not that low. I'm still green. Like I've been DCing on the lows, man. On the lows. Like I've got longs open on Mexi that I'm not even really scared of yet, unless we see like a capitulation black swan event.
Yeah, I'll hold off just a little longer.
My long from MOG is at 54 cents, and I was DCing on Coinbase around like 30, 40, 50 cents. And it's at MOG right now is at 92. And then I've got a long on Whiff from 36 cents, like right at the bottom. It's at 85. It just was at $1.38 just 5 days
Oh,
ago.
GG's on that. That's nice.
I mean, that's the thing. There is a chance we could go lower for sure because I have such low entries, but it's just like there has to be a point where it just stops going lower for a bit and starts making some new highs. So it all depends on what Bitcoin does here next couple of days. And Whiff is looking like it wants to pop again.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that pull right up. I've been trying to avoid the flags.
Brett's another one that looks kind of strong. Virtuals strong in a sense of like from the lows, it's holding.
Yeah, but just keep in mind if Bitcoin drops here, they're gonna follow.
Yep. I'm telling you, dude, I don't like that level it bounced off of the 103. That's a strong area to bounce off of. So at least make an attempt to get back to the middle of that area, like 106, 107. Bullish if it gets past 108. But it is the weekend. And weekends they do tend to do some shadiness. You know, they're like the weekends could be like one of either, like it could be one of two things. Either it's just going to be a stop hunt and just, flush after flush and just really sporadic price action, or it could be like a setup for the week. And some weekends I've noticed that like weekends are used to kind of set up either the week or the next couple weeks. And this weekend feels like that type of weekend for me. I don't know.
Feels like what? It's gonna set up the next week?
Either the next week or the next couple weeks. Maybe it's set up June. Like it's setting up the month of June. I mean, we just had the monthly close, so I don't know. It's that's what I'm saying. It's following like fib levels to a T right now. Like very rarely. Usually on the weekends, it will kind of just blow past levels and just I'm just like, oh man, it's not even. I don't know what it's doing. But there's some structure this weekend. It feels like. I mean, they flushed it Friday evening, and now it seems like it's building back some type of structure. I don't know which way the move's gonna go, but it's definitely following some structure.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man. I'm gonna go make a protein shake though. I'll be right back.
What's good? How's everybody doing? How's everybody holding in there?
What's going on, brother? How are you?
What up? What up? I was out riding dirt bikes and stuff all day and get back and checking stuff out. So, what's everybody doing? Hit the bottom of the target. Weekend traps.
I like the dirt bike stuff. That sounds fun, bro.
Yeah, it was really nice. It was only like 70, not even 75 degrees. It was really nice out riding today.
California?
Colorado.
Oh, bro, it's beautiful out there.
Yeah, we were up riding mountain trails and a little bit of technical stuff, but it was fun. Taking our time, ripping around.
I used to go up there for an FJ summit back in the day.
Where was it?
Audrey? Does that make sense?
Audrey, I don't recognize it. Was it close to Denver?
Yeah. I want to say it was Aubrey, Colorado.
Auburn?
Aubrey. Yeah, let me. It was such a long time ago, and I was such an old man.
I live way up in the mountains. I live in this little town called Aspen.
Changing how people interact with ChatGPT on the front run.
Let's see.
First off, they just launched a brand new image library feature. Until now, if you generated images, you can.
FJ summit.
What's everything doing? What coins ripped? What coins tumbled? Anything go crazy? Above and beyond any news released? All I see is dominance is just driving through the roof. Looks like Ethereum is holding pretty strong. Only tapped down at 25. Kind of still where it's chillaxing, but surprised. I thought if it was things were dipping and falling off the cliff, might have went and done that one last scoop, cleared a bunch of liquidations down that way. I don't know. Surprised. I just think if dominance is riding this high again, eventually we're going to see an altcoin season. So if Bitcoin's going to either fall down and go do its thing, some of that dominance might shift over. But also, I think it's going to happen if it goes up too. I think some of the dominance is going to shift out of. So I just think either way, I think dominance is going to make its moves back down slowly, creep towards the 50s, and at least give, I don't know, might take a month or two, 3. But hopefully we get a level 2 or an altcoin season, or even a level 1 season. At this point, all it has been Bitcoin ripping across the tides.
I was having this conversation with Dbloc about the whole altcoin season. He suggested I look into this guy. What's it? Owen Cohen.
Like Dbloc is saying, he's not even going to really jump into altcoins until
No, not this
back
time.
down into the high 50s to really give us the confidence. Like, all right, season has truly started when he's coming back into the market, and by that time, we're going to see total market cap rising too. So that's when we got to start paying attention to where it's coming into, where it's going. So I think we're getting closer and closer. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Give on up. It's almost bobsled time, but in the upward direction. You know what I mean? But we could go smack down in the high 90s, low 100,000s, like 101s. Because as we've been creeping down here, there's been a lot of liquidations forming below us still, which makes it tougher. But there is a ton of short liquidations above us. There still is that vector gap down below us from like 1034 to like 1038 or 1036. Finish it off, make it a nice W pattern. Anyway, till we're truly in a bull market where only half of the vectors get filled and it just keeps going. Like Nike swoosh after Nike swoosh after Nike. We're getting there.
What's going on, family?
What's up, mate? How you doing?
Good, good. I got off earlier because my keyboard died. I left it to charge. Went to eat, came back, hadn't charged. I had to run and grab a emergency keyboard. Went to the gym.
Did he
How
say
about
go gym? What's going on, man?
Chilling, man. Just coming back to the charts.
See, it looks like a W. Is that what you're working on right now?
Yeah, I told you we got it till 2 in the morning to bring that CME close within the psychological ranges. So I'm looking at market maker trying to build to get back into this weekend trap. If we hold that support, the chances of going down and clearing this before the end of the weekend kind of down, right? So we would hope at that point for a false move up on the weekend trap and then a 3-day down, or we have to start looking at the possibilities that those lowers didn't get hit, but we can't get ahead of ourselves. It's one of those things that I'd rather get done this weekend and not have to be sort of doing the same thing next weekend. All right, let's go down to the 5-minute. Even on the micro, we're fractaling, right?
That's a perfect W, huh?
Yeah, the same sort of fractal that we have on lower time frames. This would give us the neckline of our larger W, I believe, are pretty close to it actually. What's going on, chat? How you been, YouTube? You guys holding it in? There's a lot of y'all in here. Looks like we might get a little bit of action here. Flip this vector green, clear some of these liquidations. We were talking about it earlier. You guys were here. We were talking about needing to get over this SR flip. Right? And if this SR flip didn't hold, we had two possibilities. One possibility was come down to the top of this range and create a higher low. Or if we lose that and are forced to come grab this vector, the chance of going through these liquidations and putting in a new lower low were higher. So far we've got at least the second best possibility. The first best possibility would have been if we just broke that and kept going. But this move isn't dead yet, in my opinion. There goes the green vector.
I mean, there is a chance to go up because the whole world is opening shorts, so it's giving us a juice to go higher.
And before you guys start in the chat, it's just a coincidence. I know. I'm never going to beat these market maker allegations if I keep coming in when some shit starts happening. I'm not even going to try. The more you try, the worse it sounds.
those are some serious allegations, man.
It's
Coming up on YouTube for you,
that on YouTube is hilarious.
bro. Yeah, these guys are serious.
Like every
Be
time
right back.
every
Dump.
time you leave, it dumps. Like yeah, because I always go
Brother.
long. If I'm walking away from the screen, it means there's probably not any money to be made in the next little bit. Like I plan the shit I have to do with downtrends in the market.
Yeah, this guy, Robo Balls 42.
Robo.
Be right back. Dump. No point.
People feel more confident when you're around. And I don't know, it's really happened when you're not around. It dump. Be right back, and he was right. Be right back, and it's dump.
It's too funny.
And that candle we just got was like, it was like the perfect time. He was like, "Oh, there's the candle."
And he just said, just turn it into green vector, and it turned into green vector.
I make suggestions. It's no more than just a simple suggestion. The market maker, please, if you would, good sir.
If you're not the market maker is definitely listening to you.
Market maker is always welcome in the chat.
Welcome, market maker, right?
The rest of the market do. I think gave some of the gains back, huh? All right, let's check that monthly close. Beautiful monthly close. No complaints about that at all. You can tell sentiment is screwed up because nobody's celebrating the highest monthly close in Bitcoin history.
Very true. I heard very little about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been all over YouTube.
There's too much money in the negative clicks right now. All the video titles and the pictures are all super negative and bearish.
People were expecting to monthly close below the previous high, but it closed above the previous high. So it's a good sign.
It's an expectation thing, right? Like,
yeah,
you expected it to close above the wick, you're disappointed. If you understand the importance of the body closing above,
yeah.
then you're excited about it. Yeah, I'm sensing some seller exhaustion. Dominance, though, man. Dominance is concerning. If dominance keeps going up, put it to you like this: that 100K is no issue. I have no issue going down to 100K. If dominance gets back above 65, we do not want to go down. If dominance gets above 65, we don't want to go under 102.
Is that a psychological effect of too many people having high hopes, or?
Well, it's the thing is, so if dominance makes its way down from here and we go down to 100, things can come back down to their 50 EMA or come back down to the bottom of their wicks from their vector fills. If dominance goes up to 65 and we go down under 102, everything's breaking their 50 EMA. And if you already broke your 50 EMA, then you're losing your wick, right? Which means that alts versus Bitcoin are gonna put in a new low. And what's scary about that is if alts versus Bitcoin put in a new low, while ETH BTC still looks like this, if alts put a new low versus Bitcoin versus ETH versus Bitcoin, and ETH BTC still looks like this, when ETH BTC loses this range, if it loses that range, then alts go way lower. So this is why I've been telling you guys that it's not time for alts yet. High market cap alts at low valuations, cool. Tight stops, cool. Right? Those are easy to deal with. They move slow. Everything underneath it, though, the low market cap stuff, is what's really going to have an issue if this happens. Right? Which is why I haven't touched anything yet. And it's not easy. It's taken a lot of patience. Right? It's taken tons of patience. But this is why. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what I'm saying is we're starting to line up the factors that would have to be in place for that to happen. So we got to be careful.
We're starting to line up the factors for Bitcoin dominance to continue to grow.
Well, for alts to take a run back to those bottoms that everybody's so excited about catching. Right? The ones that everybody's celebrating catching, the ones that people didn't take profits because they caught the very bottom of their favorite alt. We risk returning to those levels. If, right, there's a lot of ifs. If Bitcoin pops above 65, if Bitcoin dominance pops above 65%, if Bitcoin USD hasn't hit 100 yet and breaks 120, right? If we come down now, hit 100, pop back up, it wouldn't have that same effect. Right? If we break local highs on Bitcoin, then yeah, people are gonna get sketchy on alts. Right? Like if we go back and look at how this looks on bigger time frames, so we don't lose track, so we don't lose the plot here. Right? This is why it's a big deal. We finally broke that uptrend. Nice big drop. What should have been a lower high rollover, but we're putting in a new high. Right? So if we get anywhere near that last high, then people are going to assume, okay, Bitcoin dominance is still going to rampage. It's not time for the alts yet. And then people will start selling out of their alts. That'll have like a cascading effect, basically.
I see what you're saying.
So the sentiment changes for people holding alts with Bitcoin dominance above 65%. Right? That's $6.50 out of every $10 in crypto sitting in Bitcoin. It doesn't leave a lot of change for everything else to run. You know what I mean? It like leaves nothing on the table. So we'll watch that pretty closely. And then we'll watch Bitcoin. If that's going to happen, I am no longer in the camp of wanting it to go to 100K. Remember, none of this is about what we want and what we don't want, first of all. But right now, I am in the camp of thinking it's going to 100K and wanting it to go to 100K. If we pop back above 65, this is no longer a target that I hope to hit. Right? Come down, clear that vector at most. Basically, that bulls must hold this till monthly close. It's that same level, 102.25.
And therefore, it'd be preferable to see the ugly early Or not the ugly, the 100K now.
I mean, at this point, it would be preferable to actually build up and say maybe we got front run. Yeah, one or two. This breaks down, we sweep this now and go. Or we come up, have a false move down on the weekend, and then go. What we don't want is a 3-day down. And I'm going to tell you why. So, you know, the way that these things usually run is price will go sideways in that weekend trap, right? And then at some point, it decides to false move up or false move down. The problem with a false move up, first false move down. Let's say we get a false move down, breaks this, sweeps the lows, 3-day up. That might be the bottom. Never have to come back down. That's it. Shit's mitigated. We're good. Everything's fine. You know, probably the best buys of the rest of the bull market in these levels if it happens like that. If it doesn't happen like that, hold on.
That just sets up an additional pitfall that we'll have to
Well,
encounter.
if we get a false move up instead, what'll happen is we'll pop up above 109, probably to like 110. I would imagine to this SR right here, right? That is going to shoot your dominance above 65. The problem with that is if this is the false move up, then we have a 3-day downturn with dominance above 65. Then we start to run that risk I was talking about of coming down underneath 102 while dominance is too high. Dominance can go up or down. It doesn't. Bitcoin can go up or down as dominance goes up and down, right? It's just the amount of money that's in Bitcoin at the time.
Correct.
During the alt season, when dominance is going down, Bitcoin is making all new highs, right? Every week it makes a brand new high. So one thing doesn't mean the other. It really affects the alts more than anything. Back down for that retest. We don't want to throw away all the work that we've done, right? Like after this plays out, we'll go and we'll look at the alts. Yesterday we were talking about the importance of today's daily candle. Most of the daily candles that were put in were dojis. Not many had enough volume to become stopping volume candles, but they were reversal candles. Yeah, it wouldn't be good, Sean. It wouldn't be good. The retrace from 110 would be full of FUD. All right, broke local highs. Cheer everybody up, market maker. Let's get some more vectors. And then they'll throw money at this thing, send us through those liquidations. We've got 2 hours to get above CME close for a market maker to be successful in trapping the CME close within our psychological ranges.
Good luck getting sleep tonight. This is probably something that you guys all know, but you know. So would you dominance chart obviously like you would read any other chart when it comes to either like bullish flag or ascending triangle, descending triangle, etc.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I kind of answered myself here. You
Oh,
read
I
that
got you.
BTC dominance chart the same way as any other chart.
Yeah, you can for structure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really read since it's not based off price; it's based off percentage, and there's a lot of different variables.
Correct.
That green market maker, not blue. It helps, Alec. Yeah, it helps. You want the euphoria, right? Because the euphoria is what creates the FOMO. And the FOMO is what makes people buy Bitcoin at prices that they have no business buying Bitcoin, like at a support, like all-time high. Too many people are scared. You don't get that FOMO. Well, if you have enough money long BTC, anything's possible. I said I just want to go to sleep and get price updates in $10,000 increments. Pay somebody to do that. Just come whisper Bitcoin price in your ear every time it hits another 10K. There you go. Roboballs will do it. See, that's what this group is about, bro. Making connections. Be right back. Slow and steady, guys. Slow and steady. Kind of late night shenanigans you guys cooking up in here.
I'm just watching the market, trying to make a move. Ready to make a move at least.
Hold up, let me turn you up a little bit. Your mic's a little low. Say something?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you. They rob us of our measured move by 31 bucks. 28 bucks. So that's the bigger picture for us there. Reason we were rooting for that small W is because we wanted that to be the basis of the right side of our bigger W here. So as long as we don't come down underneath that support, we won't invalidate it. But a higher low here will just fractal this W out. That makes sense. So it's bullish, neutral, bearish. I think we hold, and I think we hold with a higher low. But those are the three options when you're watching overnight.
So are we in the weekend trap range right now?
Yeah, I mean, we just came out of it technically. It depends on how you draw it. And usually it's about 1% off CME gap in each direction, or close to it, right? So CMEs here are 1% up. We might have that a little high, right? 1% up would be right around there. Just if we're doing it by scale, and then 1% down, you'd be bringing it, we would be inside of it. It would probably be to about there, if I'm not mistaken.
1038.
Yeah, right at the support that we're at. Like, as if you go on, go to a bigger time frame. Oh, not that one. basically. Yeah.
We're not too far from it, but yeah, if it holds, I could see it hitting like 105. Keep us out of the weekend trap.
The algos are always going to be set to push price to that CME close during the weekend. So you just have to look for volume. And there has to be enough volume to come in to overwhelm the algos, or else price will just naturally move to that CME close. But I'm expecting a higher low there. It's like volatility, Neve. Right? So it works off of a like a ATR, basically multiples off the ATR. So think of it like how a Bollinger Band, when a Bollinger Band gets really wide, you get those big long moves versus when price is ranging, right? If the cloud is very tight, then price is ranging. You see how when you start to get this volatility here, how the cloud gets fat? You see it especially on like really big dips, really big pumps. Yeah, basically. Basically. When so when there's a very wide sort of average true range for price, then coming down to retest your 50, you can be 1 or 2 ATRs off of that hit and it's still being considered a retest, right? Because as long as you usually get within 1 ATR of it, you're good. So the cloud lets you know, because sometimes, and you don't get it, because people think it's just a static line, but it's not, right? The RSI literally is like this. So you see how you got over the RSI here, but you couldn't get over the cloud, right? Or say here, where you came for the retest of, I'm sorry, I keep saying the RSI. When you came for the retest of the 50, and it retested the cloud, and that was enough, right? Without having the cloud, you're kind of looking at it and saying, okay, it probably still needs to retest. Like here, we missed, didn't even hit the cloud, came down. You're thinking, okay, it still needs to retest. Price comes up, double tops off the cloud, right? If you're just looking at a static EMA, then you're not going to see that. Same thing down here. See how much resistance we had against the cloud here? Or here. We came back for the retest of the 50, but bounced off of the cloud instead. Excuse me. So just imagine the RSI itself getting thicker, right? Like forget it's a cloud. Pause. Just imagine the size of the RSI is dynamic. It would have to have it. The one that I use is Trader's Reality. It comes with it, with it attached. Excuse me, as default. Let me go down to the lower time frames because we're losing momentum on the 15. So the 5 has already got to be looking, yeah. So we retested the 5 after the break. 13 EMA broke, right, giving us our momentum shift here. Retested it, couldn't get over. No, it's not the same as the Ichimoku. Just the broadening and the narrowing of it kind of points in the same direction, but it's called TR main. He just typed it for you above. Comment right above yours. Appreciate you, Neve. If you're in the Discord, I have my settings, I believe, screenshotted in there. Come on, Dom. I almost want to keep Dom on the big screen and Bitcoin on the small screen at this point. This looks a lot like the 3 peaks in the domed house that we put in back in the day on Litecoin. I know I'm on the 5-minute chart. It's just, don't mind me. But I had an epic 3 peaks in a domed house called at the top of the last bull market. You basically get your 3 peaks, and then you come down onto the floor, and then you go down into the basement. You pop up into the second floor, and then you put like a rolled over top, and then a dead cat bounce, and then a big drop. But this is, like I said, it's a 5-minute chart. It means absolutely nothing. Just what it reminds me of. Actually, I'll probably have that picture in here of that 3 peaks in a domed house somewhere. I saved that chart. That chart was epic. Yo, that out. You want to talk about being unpopular? Bro, telling everybody on the dead cat bounce at like 59.60 that was it. After we had topped out at 69 and everybody wanted to go to 100. I literally, bro, the other Discord I was in, I literally went down into the basement. There was a room down in that we had called the basement where the degens used to just hang out. And I had to go hide in the basement because they were the only people that would listen to me. It was great.
That's funny. What year was that? Was that recent?
This was
Like this cycle?
last bull market, last cycle.
You guys capped out at 69. That was a high.
Yeah. Yeah, 69K. Everybody was calling for 100K though. People got really wrecked because of that shit. Now, do I not have it in here? Child file provider is not. What? All right, cool. Yes. TradingView said no. You guys don't get to see the chart. Wait, hold on, I'll fix it. I lost the actual chart and it broke my heart, bro. Like the chart, like on TradingView, gone forever. So pissed.
What happened? They reset your account or something, or
I don't know, bro. I either deleted the layout or it's lost in the layout somewhere that I'll find one day by mistake. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I wasn't very organized when I first started on TradingView, so a lot of my older shit, not even older shit. Let me stop fronting. Even stuff from last season, it's like lost.
That's like me right now.
Uh,
Shit's just all over the place.
uh,
Did you switch desktops since then, or are you still on the same computer?
Yeah, I have another desktop. I think I can do it like this. Hey, there we go. Something went wrong. Of course. For what, really?
Yeah, I don't like that cloud stuff.
All right, cool. You know what? They're not going to stop me. Hold on. Aha. Stop me now. This was the chart. So we had the 3 peaks. Like I was saying, 3 peaks. And then your consolidation on the first floor, drop down into the basement, pops back up to the second level. You get a drop, and then it rounds off and comes down. So we were starting to look at this between like 22 and 23. And I remember the day, because this pattern, 3 peaks in a domed house, is an old school legacy pattern. Super old school pattern. And this took a long time, right? This was a big macro pattern. But I remember I took everybody down into the basement, or whoever would come, all the TA guys. And I was like, all right, I want you to look at this and I want you to tell me that I'm wrong, because if I'm right, then we're going to go to 28K, 29K at the very least by the end of this. And there was some people that were like, nah, this time is different. I remember the dude that runs the channel was like, that's for legacy and that doesn't work over here, and this time is different and all that good stuff that you hear. But it followed the whole way. I mean, this move from 25 down to 26 was crazy.
Yeah, it's a big drop. Did you end up following it yourself, or
That was hell yeah, I was out, bro. I got out. I got out so quick.
Nice.
At this time too, we also had a problem with Bitcoin on the weekly. I can't remember my mother's birthday, but I can remember when we had the first blood diamond in Bitcoin history on the weekly.
Blood diamond.
So right here, right, this was at about 23. This was right before that big drop. We got the first blood diamond in Bitcoin history, like in the history of ever. And I was like, okay, that can't possibly be good. We also had, if I'm not mistaken, why is it? We had some sort of EMA crossover here that everybody was hyped for. But everybody was so convinced that we were going to 100K, that when this thing came down here and held that support and made that move at this, the 100K was the loudest right here. And this is when, you know, my dumb ass starts to try to shit on the party and tell everybody, hey, I don't think this is a good idea.
So what makes that a blood diamond? Are we looking at the baseline?
So
or-
it has to do with a lot of volume coming in. It has like 4 or 5 different negative oscillators have to meet at the same time. It's attached to Market Cypher, right? So it's basically saying all the bells and whistles are going off on Market Cypher, like a sort of a heads up. We've had I think one more. Yeah, we've had one more since then, which was here, which gave us our drop down to 49K. Also pretty useful. But on the macro, right? Because when you go down to like the 4 hour, they're everywhere.
Oh yeah.
But
So can
you
I
see a
can I use this
cluster
on
of
Market
these.
Cipher B?
Yeah,
Or
that's
are
what
you
it
talking
is.
about the
Oh
OG?
no, it's Market Cipher A.
Gotcha.
But you see, you'll get clusters, but it's just a lot of noise. For me, it's way better on the macro. At least on the daily. Failed here. Here you got a good drop. You got a decent drop. Really good drop. Decent drop. So we've gotten used to playing these on the daily, right? And realizing sort of how strong they are on the daily. So when you get one pop up on the weekly, and that's never happened before, you know, it's kind of hard to ignore that. I remember me and Zeusy having arguments about this damn blood diamond.
So I'm guessing it's never popped on the monthly then.
No, Zeusy will tell you that this is when he started listening to me. Like, you know, the next
When
time
Hogan.
Dbloc says something, I think I'm going to listen. Yeah, they're in the Discord. If you go under the Traders Real, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, my settings are screenshotted in there. Oh, that one that we were talking about is Market Cipher. That's Crypto Faces indicator. Market Cipher A and Market Cipher B. One goes on the chart and one is basically an oscillator. I gotta reset the stream, y'all. We're running on 12 hours here. Wanted to come catch up on the chart real quick. No, I guess it's not in there. I'll pull the settings up on the chart if you guys want a screenshot real quick. Just let me know when to scroll. Yeah, give me a second. I'll move it. I'm gonna screenshot it too, and then I'll put it in the. All right, I'm gonna post it inside the market cipher indicator page on Discord.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second, guys. All right, they're in there.